Good evening. Welcome everyone to our regular meeting today, May 12, 2026. It is 6:32 p.m. I call meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Alicia Machado,
Right here.
Councilmember Place One Everardo Castillo,
Present.
Councilmember Place Two Eric Aranda,
Present.
Councilmember Place Four Ray Aranda, Councilmember Place Five Noel Perez.
Thank you, Natasha. We do have a quorum with 3 council members present. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and to the United States and the Texas flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Invocation, please.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we come before you today knowing that you are our refuge and our strength. When we are weak and our strength fails, fill us with your power and grace. Grant us courage to face any challenge and to trust in your unfailing love. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Number 5, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the City Council on any issue or agenda item in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City Council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion, JC-0169. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
We have no citizens.
Moving on to item number 6, Mayor's message and department reports. Council, you do have these submitted for informational purposes. I would just again like to extend welcome to everybody that's joining here today. We did have a celebration or little reception for the newly elected council and welcome them in as our new council members, as well as gratitude to those who are stepping down as a council member. I asked the rest of the council once, our meeting just for us to be open-minded, conduct city business as we are called to do so. And thank you again for everybody that's here. 6A, library report. Do we have any questions for library report? 6B, court report. 6C, city secretary report. 6D, city administrator report. We're good. 6E, finance director report. 6F, police department report. 6G, public works department report. 6H, fire department report. And 6I, engineering report. Do we have our engineers present? No. Okay. For the agenda item. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, microphone, please.
option two to go. You
Into
can go
executive
into
session.
executive mode.
Right. Okay. Council, so the question was, we do have some guests that are here that requested maybe their item to be moved up, and they are in an executive session, so the request from myself to our legal was if we could move up the executive session, if council's okay with that, and if so, that would be after the swearing in. We would do all the swearing in of the new council members and then proceed if council agrees to that. Thank you. Item 7, action to consent agenda. 7A, approve minutes of the April 14, 2026 regular meeting. Council, do we have any questions on the agenda? Or for the minutes? If there are no questions on consent agenda, can I please have a motion?
Mayor, Council, I'll go ahead and make a motion of approving the minutes for the April 14, 2026 regular meeting.
Thank you. Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 2, 4, 1 abstain. Motion passes. Item 8, review of bills paid. 8A for the April 2026 bills. If there are no questions or discussion, council, I ask for a motion.
I make a motion, we accept the bills as was presented today.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain. I never got any of the information. I could not forward answer to any of these questions. I'll prove anything.
Thank you. So we do have 2, 4, 1 abstain. For the reasons stated, motion passes. Item number 9, presentations. 9A, the proclamation of Community Council of South Texas. Do we have any representation from Community Council of South Texas? Okay, I will proceed in reading the proclamation. Whereas the Community Council of South Central Texas Incorporated was established as a community action agency on May 11th, 1965. And whereas the service area encompasses the greater South Central and West Texas counties of Atascosa, Bandera, Bee, Brewster, Crane, Comal, Culberson, Dimmitt, Edwards, Frio, Gillespie, Guadalupe, Hudspeth, Jeff Davis, Carnes, Kerr, Kendall, Kinney, LaSalle, Live Oak, Maverick, Medina, McMullen, Pecos, Presidio, Real, Terrell, Uvalde, Valverde, Wilson, and Zavala. Whereas Community Action has made essential contributions to individuals and families across the nation by creating economic opportunities and strengthening communities. And whereas Community Action is a robust state and local force connecting people to life-changing services and creating pathways to prosperity in 99% of all American counties. And whereas community action builds and promotes economic stability as an essential aspect and enhancing stronger communities and stable homes. And whereas community action promotes community-wide solutions to challenges throughout our cities, suburbs, and rural areas. And whereas community action delivers innovative services and supports that create greater opportunities for families and children to succeed. And whereas community action insists on community participation and involvement, ensuring that all sectors of the community have a voice and will be heard. And whereas community action is celebrating 61 years of innovation, impact, and providing proven results for Americans. Now therefore, I, Mayor Alexandria Inocencio of Dilley, Texas, hereby proclaim May 2026 as Community Action Month in recognition of the hard work and dedication of all Dilley, Texas community action agencies. In testimony whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Dilley, Texas on this day of 12th of May, 2026. Thank you. 9B, Proclamation of National Police Week. At this time, I would like to welcome our police department officers who are present today to please come up. Y'all can come up here to the front. Yes. Yes, face the community, please. Yes. The City of Dilley, Texas Proclamation, National Police Week, May 10th through the 16th of 2026. Whereas the Congress of the United States and the President have designated the week of May 10th through May 16, 2026 as National Police Week, with May 15, 2026 recognized as Peace Officers Memorial Day. And whereas law enforcement officers across the nation, including those serving the City of Dilley, dedicate their lives to safeguarding our community, upholding the rule of law, and protecting the rights of all citizens. And whereas these brave men and women work tirelessly, often under challenging and dangerous conditions, and preserve peace, prevent crime, and ensure public safety. And whereas it is fitting and proper to honor the courage, commitment, and sacrifices made by our law enforcement officers, as well as to remember those who have given their lives in the line of duty. And whereas the City of Dilley recognizes and deeply appreciates the dedication of the Dilley Police Department and law enforcement personnel who serve with integrity, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to our community. Now therefore I, Alexandria Martinez Inocencio, Mayor of the City of Dilley, Texas, do hereby proclaim May 10th through the 16th, 2026 as National Police Week in the City of Dilley, and encourage all residents to join in honoring all law enforcement officers, past and present, for their invaluable service and sacrifice. Let us all take this opportunity to express our gratitude and support for those who protect and serve our community each and every day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Dilley, Texas, to be affixed this 12th day of May 2026. Officers, thank you for your line of duty and your service to our City of Dilley. Yeah, yeah, no, I see all of them. I see. Nine C, Enterprise Fleet Management. Hi, thank you all for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. So we shared a couple of different documents. I know there's the digital copy up there, and everybody should have a physical copy as well. My name's Lazen Ahosa. I'm the area manager with Enterprise Fleet Management. Bowie Davis is an account executive. First of all, thanks for having us this evening. I wanted to just share a little bit about the fleet synopsis, which covers some of our findings based on the analysis from the information you guys have shared over the last few months. Just lift this a little bit. So if you look at the first page just shows you what the impact of a partnership would look like. I'll just cover some key points. We did an analysis based on the fleet that the fleet data that you guys shared. And we determined that based on that fleet data, your average cycle for your vehicles is 16 years. So you're holding on to vehicles for about 16 years. There's a lot of vehicles that are past their prime to where they're no longer, they're not safe. And also B, the value of those vehicles, it's past that point to where there's much equity in it. So we're showing you a solution to that, which is we're able to implement a fleet replacement schedule where we can sell a lot of those vehicles for you now, apply that towards new vehicles, and at the same time save the city about $200,000 over the next 10 years. In the middle, it shows that your vehicle cycle would go from that 16 years that I just talked about to about 5 years. Your maintenance, you guys are spending about $230 per month per vehicle on maintenance. That would go down to just under $90, and you would actually keep the maintenance here in the city. We're partnered with shops all around the city that you guys would be able to outsource, and they would do everything from oil changes to anything the vehicle needs to get done. And then ultimately, I did want to point out that you guys would be piggybacking on the Sourcewell contract. So all the pricing, it's all been, they've done the legwork for you guys. So the pricing has been approved by Sourcewell. There's just a little bit more information on the next few pages just regarding your current fleet. So you can see the analysis based on 25 vehicles. Average age of your fleet is about 11 years. But like I mentioned, you guys are holding on to them for about 16 years, which is your holding period. You see it on the far right. The different odometers just shows how many miles are on the vehicles right now. And at the very bottom, on the bottom right, it shows the different age of the vehicles. So it shows you, how many of each model year you guys have in your current fleet. On the next page is going to be the analysis. So the top portion gives you a quick snapshot of your current fleet, shows you the number of vehicles, your average age for each vehicle type, average annual mileage, and then it shows you what we recommend. So based on the age and mileage of the vehicles, we would recommend replacing, it's 9 vehicles plus the police vehicles, which came out to a total of 12 vehicles. These are vehicles that we would get directly from the manufacturer, so we'll build them exactly the way you guys want them. We'll piggyback on that Sourcewell contract, so you guys get the lowest possible price, the best rebates and incentives. And then the vehicles would get upfitted before you guys get them. So the police vehicles, for example, by the time you guys get them, are going to be turnkey ready, ready to go get on the road as soon as you guys receive them. And as I mentioned on the bottom, at the very bottom, you see 10-year savings just under $200,000 by selling those vehicles at the right time. Well, selling your current vehicles now and then selling these vehicles whenever they're still worth something, so that you're continuously you're creating an internal replacement schedule, and still selling the vehicles when they still have some equity in them, rather than waiting till, they're not worth very much and kind of starting over from square one. We do work with about 175 clients here in South Texas. We shared a few references on the last page. So just a couple of our current partners with City of Poteet, Pleasanton, Floresville, Brownsville, Farr, Fredericksburg, Bernie, so on and so forth. So we do have some references if you guys want any more information on anything else. And then also we shared the pricing, the menu pricing as well, that breaks down the cost for those 12 initial vehicles, which you guys would be receiving. We would order them from the factory. You guys would start seeing them in late summer or in the fall. So this would be the pricing. I can walk you through it. So I'll start from the very top. So it's going to be the page. It states menu pricing. So there's 3 vehicle types. The first vehicle type, it would be a 2026 Dodge Durango. This is going to be the police vehicle. So it's pursuit units, all-wheel drive. There's going to be 3 of those. These are going to be 60-month equity leases. They're ordered from the factory. Based on your current information, you guys are going about 12,000 annual miles. You see the cost of the vehicle right there, $41,955. The monthly cost. The maintenance program is right there at $6 per month per vehicle. And then we gave you the annual cost for 3 of them. You see the annual cost by quantity is just under $43,000 for all 3. The equity, which goes back to the city, once the vehicle is disposed of 5 years down the road, you'd get that back, the $8,500. And then, as I mentioned, these would be turnkey ready. So it also on here it shows the down payment for the aftermarket. So we're estimating, based on what you guys need, we're estimating about $27,000 in upfit for the vehicles. These are specifically for the police vehicles. So the way we do it is half of that will get spread out throughout the lease payment. So it'll get spread out over 60 months. The other half, you guys would see that on your first bill, which you guys wouldn't get that until you guys take delivery of the vehicle. So we're talking about, in the fall, once they're upfitted, you guys get them, they're ready to go on the road, you get your first bill. You'll see the aftermarket cost. In this estimate, we're looking at about $13,500. And as I mentioned, the other 50% gets spread out throughout the lease. And then if you just look at the next 2 vehicles, the next 2 vehicle classes are right there. 2026 Silverado 1500 with 8 vehicles. And then below that is a 2026 Chevy Traverse with a quantity of 1. So the other 2 vehicles do not have any upfit. So the upfit cost that I just discussed, that's just specifically for the police vehicles. The other ones would just be, good to go directly from the manufacturer. And you see, we will sell your current vehicles. We're estimating about $53,000 in equity, which is that green box right there in the middle, 53,225. So we would sell your vehicles for you. So, and then apply that equity towards that first round of 12 vehicles. You see the breakdown of the payments. And then if you look at the box, it says total lease cost year one, equity applied, 79,355. So that's going to be for the first year of the leases, and taking into account that you guys would have a credit for $53,000 after disposing of your current vehicles that, these are going to be the oldest vehicles that have the most amount of miles. The ones we want to get you out of those and apply those funds towards that first round of vehicles, which is we came up with that 79,355. And on the far right, where it shows the down payment for PD year one, that takes into account the aftermarket equipment as well. So including the aftermarket equipment, it's going to be that 119. If we take that out of the equation, it's that 79,355. You could see the following years. Years 2, 3, 4, and then ultimately year 5. In year 5, it's only $6,000 because guess what? We're going to be selling that first round of vehicles. So we would sell that first round of vehicles. That's going to be worth $126,000 as a change. We apply that towards that year 5, and you guys would it would be a net of just under $6,000 for that year after selling this first round of initial orders 5 years down the road. Did you guys have any questions?
Make me understand this. So the first year is gonna be $79,000?
The $79,000 is for the vehicles.
Okay,
If including if we include the upfit for the police vehicles, because the upfit for the police vehicles is being estimated at about $27,000. That's not through enterprise. That's through whoever you guys
Okay.
decide you want to use.
so will it be $79,000 a year for the next 5 years? Or, because you've got it there at 79,000, then you got 132,
Right.
84, so does it go up?
So that first year, you're getting a credit for the 53, like for selling the vehicles that we're selling, that you guys own today. You're getting that credit year 1. Now, year 2, ideally, we can sell more of the vehicles, right? Because if we're only selling 9 vehicles the first year, you guys are still going to have another 16 vehicles. So year 2, the reason it goes up is because you can't get that credit again. Those vehicles have been sold. However, if we sell another, we'll call it 9 vehicles again, then you guys would get that credit in year 2. But just to keep it clean, we didn't include any future leases in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. We only included that first round of 9 vehicles.
So it's gonna be 132,680 the next 4 years after this, after the first year?
That is correct. And then year 5, you guys we would sell that first round of vehicles. So then would get that credit in year 5, which brings it back down to, so that year 5 is going to be 5,900. You can barely read it in the blue, but it's 5,919. Yes.
So the actual cost of the vehicles, without having to go this route would be what?
Like what's the cost of the vehicles?
Yeah, I mean, you got it broken down, but if we wanted
As a
one
lease.
big payment and said we're gonna pay them off, what would
Sure.
it be? What would it be? Would it be the $997,000?
If you wanted to pay for the vehicle, so we've got the each vehicle has, it says right there, the vehicle cost kind of
Right,
towards the middle. So that's the vehicle cost for each vehicle. If you look at the annual cost, so it just ideally what we recommend that you do is That's the cost of the vehicle. But the whole point is to replace the vehicles at 5 years. Or if you want to keep them on, so fast forward 5 years down the road, if you guys decide you want to stay in the vehicles, you absolutely can. Just keep in mind, you know, the numbers, the equity that you're expected to get back in year 5. It might get bumped to year 6 if you decide to extend the vehicle for another 12 months.
Okay.
You're not going to be forced to replace the vehicle at that point.
Again, if the city decided to go and get it financed through somebody else, the
It would be a
total, huh?
It would be a different.
But the total cost would it be the total spend of 997,000?
If you were to go get it elsewhere, it would be, I mean, I just wanted the pricing, like if you're going to a dealership, for example, it's going to be a lot more. Typically, we see about a $6,000 difference per vehicle. If you go to a dealership versus us ordering it directly from Chevy or directly from Dodge for those vehicles, on average, we see about a $6,000 difference going to the dealership versus ordering it.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
He wouldn't be able to give us that. They do leasing. So if we were to go purchase the vehicles, we would have to go through the procurement process, get the quotes, find out how much the vehicle is based on what we want, then they will give us that quote. So it wouldn't be apples to apples because they're leasing and that would be a straight purchase off of their.
And if you add all 5 years with 8 vehicles, it's 483,000 or 8 vehicles for 5 years. But then you typically in the past, you used to get a loan, I think 500,000 and then 5 vehicles and pay it, but then we're also in charge of the maintenance. So the older they get, the more maintenance they require where we're at right now. So I think rotating them every 5 years brings that cost down. So
So
yeah, it's still $483,000, but you're saving all the maintenance costs.
Correct.
Yeah.
The maintenance would be covered from year 1 or from day one through the end of the lease. So through year 5, it's already taken into account. Anything from oil changes to blown engines, obviously we don't want that happening, but if something were to happen for those vehicles, it would include that. It would include the maintenance. That's for the 9 vehicles. As far as the police vehicles, just to be completely clear, you guys can still outsource it to, like I said, to some local shops, which there's plenty of here that we already work with. As far as the police vehicles, just for transparency, that would be a pass-through program for the police vehicles, just because they're driven differently. They're on a lot more, you know, they idle a lot longer. So that would be a pass-through program. For the police vehicles. For the other 9 vehicles, it's just going to be a flat rate, which you see right there for $66 a month, $65 for the other one where it says FMX. For that, anything that happens to the vehicle, you guys don't have to worry about it. It's just part of your payment from day 1 through year 5.
And again, council, this is being brought back just for us for presentation. Of course, we're getting into our calendar dates of working on our next fiscal year budget. So definitely we've been meeting with Enterprise Fleet. The staff has been meeting with them and also presenting the numbers needed to get this study. I wanted to point out in the beginning, we started out with 24 vehicles, so this has been condensed a lot. Definitely, it's just for presentation, and once we get into that part of the budget, then we can reconsider the action needed. Do you have any other questions for the gentleman? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Moran, did you want to add anything?
I want to add that this will be brought back as an action item, possibly at our June, so that we can get some direction and put that in the fiscal year budget for 26-27. And we will bring some comparisons and give you options as well if the city would be outright financing or purchasing the vehicles versus leasing.
Okay.
We'll also bring you some cost comparisons on the operation and maintenance that we currently expend to keep these vehicles versus what we would do if we went into a maintenance plan with the lease program. So we'll have those numbers available for you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moran. Moving on to item number 10, public hearings. 10A, open public hearing. Discuss City of Dilley, Texas Parks and Wildlife Parks Master Plan update. What? What is the presentation going to be about? Our parks plan that we have, it has been, has expired, so we need to update it. Mr. Colina Vargas is here, as well as Ms. Moran, so that we could have it readily available, so we do, seek opportunities for grants.
While Mr. Vargas makes his way up here, I'd just like to address, we do have a current park master plan that was prepared by Mr. Vargas, so he's very familiar with that Parks Master Plan. That master plan has since expired, and what we mean is it can no longer be used when we submit for a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant. We won't have that scoring opportunity to score, so we need to bring it up current if we plan to submit for grants for Texas Parks and Wildlife. This is a public hearing, so we will take comments from the public regarding this, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Vargas.
For the record, we did open our public hearing at 7:07 PM.
7:07?
7:07 PM.
So if there's no one here from the public to speak, y'all can close the public hearing and discussion. There's no one here from the public to speak on this. Close the public hearing.
I think the
So-
batteries are out, but yes. Do we have any questions or anything from those present in the audience in regards to the park master plan? This is the opportunity for you to present those questions. We do have our Mr. Colina Vargas that's present today that has worked on the previous plan and will be working on the newly issued one. Thank you.
Ms. Moran. Thank you, Mayor. With your permission, I would like to make some comments related to the updating of the Park Master Plan.
Yes, Mr. Vargas, go ahead.
My name is Carlos Colina Vargas. I'm the planning and management consultant, and we have a lot of experience in preparing park master plans for cities and counties. This particular park master plan that Ms. Moran mentioned, it is the second one that we have prepared for the city of Dilley. The first one was prepared in 2010 and was used for the application for the park at the high school. This last one was prepared in 2020, and the park master plan is good for 10 years, but it has to be updated every 5 years. 5 years and 10 years is a long time, but it goes by real fast. So this is the second park master plan that we have prepared. This document is prepared at the direction of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, that is the State Department entrusted by the state with recreation and nature conservation. They provide financial assistance to cities, counties, and special districts for parks and recreation and acquisition of land for conservation. The applications for park funding are due August the 3rd. There are different categories of funding according to the population of the cities and according to the type of recreation that you are proposing. The document is not a map, it's not a drawing, it's a report that studies the community, the population, the general demographics, the demands for recreation. It provides a standard for recreation facilities. It recommends the type of recreation that is appropriate for this community. And then it has general budgets and sources, sources of funding of how to develop those proposals. The purpose of this public hearing is to give the opportunity to the community, anybody that wants to make any suggestion, any recommendation. We have prepared a summary of what the park master plan is. It's pretty well structured. For the document to be valid, you have to cover those topics that are listed in the summary. We have added the second page is the list of priorities that were listed in the park master plan in 2020. There is a space there for anybody to recommend any particular facility, to make any comments. You can do it tonight, or you can bring them later and leave them with the city secretary. So you have any questions, any comments, or you want to have a written statement, we welcome that. The document has to be approved by the city council the next meeting. It will be submitted to Parks and Wildlife for the review and approval. So it's a valid, an active plan for the city. Are there any questions or any comments from the audience?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Colina Vargas.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to just add a little that we prepared this park master plan 2020. Councilor Machado, Councilor Eric Aranda, and Councilor Castillo were in the city council, so they are familiar with the process that we followed before. You want to examine this report? I'll be glad to leave it here with you.
Thank you. We do have a item for this later down
Okay.
in the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
you.
That's,
Mhm. So there, that is our public hearing. We do not have any questions or comments from the audience. So I will close our public hearing at 7:15 PM. New business, item 11, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-12-05-1. A resolution canvassing at the returns and declaring the results of Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, general election of the city of Dilley, Texas, for the elected office of Council Member Place 3, Council Member Place 4, and Council Member Place 5. Ms. Prado?
dun, dun, dun. Lot of reading.
It's the tally sheet and the.
Yes, so we do have the tally list and the unofficial tabulations. Resolution number 26-12-05-1. A resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 general election of the city of Dilley, Texas, for the elected office of Council Member Place 3, Council Member Place 4, Council Member Place 5. Whereas the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas, held a general election on May 2nd, 2026, for the purpose of electing 3 council members to the Dilley City Council for a 2-year term, specifically for City Council Places 3, 4, and 5. Whereas the names of the candidates were submitted, the election was held and conducted, and the returns thereof were made, all as required by laws of the United States and the state of Texas, including particularly the Texas Election Code, together with all amendments and additions thereto. And whereas it is that the persons herein named receive the following votes for said term of office of the Dilley City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas. And whereas pursuant to the Texas Election Code, the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas, convened on this 12th day of May, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. for the purpose of canvassing the vote in the general elections held on May 2nd, 2026. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas, that Section 1, Canvass of Vote General Election. A, there came to be considered the returns of the general election held on the 2nd day of May 2026 for the purpose of electing the council members for place 3, 4, and 5, and appearing form said returns, duly and legally made, that each of the candidates in said election received the following votes. Votes cast by council place. Council Place 3, Alicia Machado. Male, 2. Personal appearance, 22. Election day, 57. Provisional, 0. Total, 81. Marisa B. Torres. Male, 4. Personal appearance, 47. Election day, 103. Provisional, 0. Total, 154. Council Place 4, Joe L. Garcia. Male, 5. Personal appearance, 52. Election day, 118. Provisional, 0. Total, 175. Council Place 5, Alberto Gomez. Male, 3. Personal appearance, 40. Election day, 92. Provisional, 0. Total, 135. Raul Rally Ochoa. Male, 3. Personal appearance, 26. Election day, 63. Provisional, 0. Total, 92. B. It is found, determined, and declared by the City Council that said election was duly called, that notice of said election was given in accordance with law, and that said election was held in accordance with law, and that Marisa B. Torres was duly elected to Council Place 3. Joe L. Garcia, elected to Council Place 4, and Alberto Gomez, elected to Council Place 5. Said above named parties are hereby declared duly elected to said respective offices, subject to the taking of oath of office as provided by the laws of State of Texas. Section 2, filing with the Secretary of State. The City Secretary is hereby directed to do and perform the tasks and responsibilities necessary and required by the Secretary of State of the State of Texas. Section 3. If any part or parts of this resolution are found to be invalid or unconstitutional by a court having competent jurisdiction, then such invalidity or unconstitutionality shall not affect the remaining parts hereof, and such remaining parts shall remain in full force and effect, and to that extent this resolution is considered severable. Section 4. This resolution will become effective immediately upon its passage by the Dilley of City Council. Considered passed and approved this 12th day of May 2026 at a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas, at which a quorum was present, which was held in accordance with Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. Council, if I could please have a motion.
Mayor, Council, I would make a motion on approving resolution number 26-12-051. I think I saw. Oh my God.
2612-05-1. Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 3-4, none against. Motion passes. 12, install the oath of office and swearing in of newly elected officials for the City Council Member Place 3, City Council Member Place 4, and City Council Member Place 5. If we can please have Ms. Marisa B. Torres, Mr. Joe Garcia, and Mr. Alberto Gomez to the front, please.
I don't know. I wanted to. On paperwork here, on his thing, is Mr. Gomez's name is not spelled right. On the canvassing.
On the council?
Yeah, it's misspelled. His name is misspelled.
I forgot.
Yeah, they forgot the B.
Okay.
Are are we able to
Legal,
do
But
that?
everywhere else on the.
Everything
the
else.
thing-
Yeah, everything is just that little part that I saw his name was misspelled. On the resolution. We can fix that, right? Okay. All right, sorry.
You guys, congratulations.
Oh. Right. Hold it.
I got it.
Hold
I
on.
got it. Thank you. We're going to be conducting the oath of office. If you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of, please state your place. Of the state of Texas. I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Statement of officer. I, please state your name. Do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. Please state the position you were elected. Under penalties of perjury, I declare that I have read the forging statement and the facts stated therein are true. If y'all can please sign the following documents. Again, congratulations and everybody, welcome our new council members. Yes,
Welcome, welcome.
welcome. Item number 13, discuss, consider, and act. Let me give you some time to get in there. Resolution number 26-12-05-2. Accepting nominations and appointment of a qualified individual to serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Dilley City Council. So the mayor pro tem serves as an acting mayor when the mayor is absent or unable to perform their duties. The mayor pro tem is selected from the city council and doesn't hold any more authority than any of the council members unless temporarily acting in the mayor's place. Their role helps ensuring meetings and city business continue without interruption. Council, the table is open for any recommendations for mayor pro tem. We have a motion on, well, we have a recommendation on the table. Was that a motion or a recommendation? A recommendation to name Mr. Everardo Castillo as mayor pro tem. If there are no other further questions, may I have a motion? Mr. Garcia, do you want to make the motion or? Number 13? Yes.
Discuss, consider an act on the resolution number 26-12-05-02, accepting nomination.
Microphone, please. I'm sorry. Can you press your button and make sure it's green?
Yeah.
So that they can hear when y'all speak.
And appoint of a qualified individual to serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Dilley City Council.
Do you want to state your motion of who you're?
Yes, I motion to nominate Everardo Castillo as mayor pro tem.
We have a motion on the table by Council Member Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second? No second? Yes.
Even if you're the nominee as well. You can vote even if you're the nominee.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, I guess so. It's like, yeah.
Second by Council Member Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Castillo,
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, council, if I can have your approval to go ahead and go into executive session.
And which item, are we moving items around here?
I'm sorry, go
Are
ahead.
we moving items around here? Like,
So
They're wanting to move
the executive session,
up in front, so they don't have to.
oh, got it, all the executive
Yes.
section items, okay. got it.
yes. So we don't have to, we won't be going back and forth to just take care of those items. And just, just so council, it's clear why I'm asking for that. We do have a guest that's gonna be a part of that. And just like we do for the past presentations, if therefore we would like to give them that courtesy to conduct the business. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor, council, go ahead and put into motion of moving into executive session.
Motion made by Council Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second? Second by Council Member Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So before we go into executive session, let me read those items.
So
Go ahead.
For item 29A,
Mhm.
if y'all can definitely go back for attorney-client under 551071 would be consultation with the attorney, so I have to be back there. As far as who else goes back there, the standard is it's anyone that's whose presence is necessary for the item under discussion.
Correct.
And who's not adverse to the city, which typically means anybody, any kind of third party wouldn't be allowed back there. So like you can bring back, city secretary, the city administrator, somebody like that within the city. But it would be restricted to that and anyone else.
So my question is, how is council going to make a sound decision without hearing the information from the party involved?
It has to be done in open session.
Okay,
The public has a right to hear that.
okay. So council, if y'all are understanding, we're going out for legal advice and discussion will be in open session.
And
Okay.
yeah, and there's nothing stopping y'all from for something like this, if you want to go back and talk about it, come back out here, get information, go back in if you needed to for more questions, however y'all want to do it. Yeah.
Okay. So item 29, executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Subchapter D. The City Council of the City of Dilley may at any time during the meeting close the meeting and hold an executive session pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Acts codified as Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, which permits closed meetings pursuant to Section 551.071 for purpose of consulting with its attorneys, Section 551.072, deliberating about real property, Section 551.073, deliberating about gifts and donations. Section 551.074, deliberating about personnel matters. Section 551.076, deliberating about security devices. Section 551.084, regarding exclusion of witness from witness in connection with an investigation.
So we won't have all those tonight. If you look at each item that's listed 29A through C, it says there which specific provision attaches to that item. So we're not invoking all of them. We're just doing.
Yes, I understand. I just read this so that anybody present, we do have council members that are new. That way everybody's aware of why we go to executive session. But I appreciate that, Austin. Section 551.086, deliberating about test items to discuss and deliberate any post matter to be considered during the open meeting. If it does go into executive session, the city council may deliberate in executive session, then reconvene in open session, vote on the matter in open session and announce it for the city council minutes, discuss and consider the following items. Consultation with attorney regarding the following matters. 29A, discussion regarding a memorandum of understanding between the South Texas Family Residential Center and the City of Dilley for Police Department Services regarding contracts and intergovernmental service agreements, and authorize executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. 29B, discussion with legal counsel on a proposal regarding a prospective donation of real property located at 17360 Interstate Highway 35 South, Dilley, Texas, and authorize executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.072 and 551.073. 29C, discussion regarding the classification, compensation, and potential reclassification of a part-time finance department position to a full-time position, including consideration of an assistant finance director designation. Authorize executive session pursuant to Section 551.074, deliberating about personnel matters. It is 7:37 PM and we will go into executive session. back in open session at 9:46 PM. Item number 30A, discuss, consider act on the memorandum of understanding between the South Texas Family Residential Center and the City of Dilley for Police Department Services pursuant to Texas Government Code. Council, do we have any discussion, or if not, a motion?
Motion, we table the item. Mayor, I motion that we table the item 30. Discuss, consider, and act on a memorandum of understanding between the South Texas Family Residential Center and the City of Dilley for Police Department Services pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071.
Motion on the table, to table this item by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 30B, discuss, consider, and act on matters discussed in executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.072 and 551.073 concerning the proposal for the prospective donation of real property located on 17360 Interstate Highway 35 South, Dilley, Texas, including acceptance of the donation, determination of public purpose, authorization of appraisal and fair market valuation, and direction to staff and legal counsel to proceed with all necessary documentations. Council, do I have a motion?
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion on this item of directing legal and our city administrator and getting with the landowner.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hmm.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Council.
Item 30C, discuss, consider, and act upon approval of a full-time assistant finance director position within the finance department, including job description, classification, and compensation structure. Council, if there's no discussion, I ask for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the reclassification for part-time finance director to full-time finance director, classification of the under accounts payable. Right now,
So it'd be, just to clarify for the minutes here, it'd be to reclassify the part-time accounts payable position to become a full-time assistant
Yeah.
finance director.
Okay, make a motion to reclassify part-time accounts payable to full-time accounts payable.
Is that? correct?
No.
We don't have a part-time.
No, yeah, we're reclassifying.
It's just the way it's written up in the budget, it's funded right now, right, as a,
Part-time.
No, it's a contractual. We're trying,
on-
the position is a full-time accounts payable position
but
on our organizational chart.
on the books is full-time. Okay, so we're reclassifying it.
From a accounts payable to a
Assistant
assistant
finance
finance
director. Got
director.
it, okay. The part-time, full-time doesn't matter. It's
Correct.
already full-time.
Do we need to restate?
You need to restate it or?
I think we got,
You got
you got the,
Reclassification for
of the accounts payable position,
finance director, right?
yes.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Cool.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I do.
So we have 4 and 1 opposed.
Yes.
Okay, so 4, 1 opposed. Motion passes. Okay, Council, thank you for that. Now we're going back.
Y'all
to
have-
our
If you have any other
guests that are here.
guests here, yeah, you're welcome to move those items around.
We're gonna move to item number 20, discuss, consider, and act on change order to include the 3 driveways for the Aventura Park and include the assembly and construction of the city-provided lights on 2 city parks. Premier Engineering?
Mayor and Council, good evening. Congratulations to the new members that are joining the city. We appreciate you taking the efforts to represent this community in your positions. And we look forward to working with you. On this item, we'd like to present, we did get direction from council to get prices from the contractor to add three driveways to the park improvements. And let's see, we're on the one for the change order for the,
2 driveways?
no, 3 driveways. Well, he gave it to me, I broke it down for each driveway. So, but on the last.
Where's the third one? Because I know we were missing the one off of 85 and
And
the south entrance of Commerce.
And then they asked me to also look at the one between where the pool is.
The other
Okay.
contribution that we want to eliminate.
The one that was eliminated in the
Yeah.
specs.
Correct,
Okay.
yes. So then,
So we're gonna reconsider
we're gonna
possibly.
reconsider the 3 driveways. I did get individual costs for each of them. So that if we decide to then leave that one off, when we can leave it off, or what we looked at is going from the street to the sidewalk. That section, the width of the driveway, and then once we get to the sidewalk, on the other side of the sidewalk, go in an additional 10 feet, the width of the driveway. So we go 10 feet on the inside, and then whatever the distance is from the sidewalk to the street, we got an estimated square footage on that. On the one.
And that was for what interest? I'm sorry?
For all of them.
For all of them?
Yeah.
10 on the, okay.
10 on the inside on all of them, and then on the outside, it's from whatever the street is or whatever the existing concrete is up to the sidewalk. We quantified that, and
Based
the
on each.
width is approximately about 18 feet in width. So on the first driveway, the one where the big parking lot is at, by the pool, south of the pool on Houston Street,
The big parking.
the big
Mhm.
parking, yes.
The playground.
On
Yes.
that one, we had 270 square feet on the street side, 385 square feet on the inside portion of it, for a total of 655 square feet. And for a cost total of $12,785.60. And then on the one north of that one on Houston Street, which is just north of the pool. That one has a little bit further to go in to get to the sidewalk, 630 square feet on the outside to the street, 180 square feet on the inside. And that quantified to a total of 810 square feet for a total of 15,811.20 cents. And then the one on State Highway 85, that one on the outside was 537 square feet. On the inside portion was 229 square feet for a total of 766 square feet. And cost of 14,952 with 32 cents. So the project total on the 3 of them combined would give you 43,549 with 12 cents. That's what we have. Now, if the council wanted to remove any of them, we could, take one out, or if we wanted to remove on the inside instead of going the 10 feet, we remove the 10 feet and we don't put the inside part just up to the sidewalk, then we could also remove that, and I did quantify that as well. So just to have different options for you.
These prices are from one contractor, one bid, or
This is from the contractor that you currently have.
right now?
That's another thing, if council wants us to bid that out, we can put it out for bids and get prices from different bidders on those 3 driveways, and we can bring it back to council to evaluate the scoring of any bids that come in, and then see if that maybe gives us a better price.
So can you clarify why these, I know one of them was removed in the specs.
Mhm.
Why was this not included on the second hand of specs? Why was it removed? Because our initial specs that were presented included these driveways. So what happened that they weren't included in the project?
Because initially we had them on all of the driveways. We had, on all the entrances, we had for the driveways to be included. And then we had the one removed, we inadvertently then one of, like on our side, we understood remove the driveway. So we removed the 3 driveways that were on the south. We left the one on the northeast. We had another one on the northwest, which is the one on Crawford. So we put the one on the northeast, the one on the northwest was removed. Then the 2 on Houston Street, one of them was requested to be removed, the other one was to remain, but both of them were removed. And then the one on 85 was also removed. So on the bid plans and specs, what we put out for the contractors to provide prices and costs, those were not
They
part of
weren't
the cost.
included.
So none of the contractors bid on the driveways to be included. So then
Just the one
just
on
the
the
one
northeast.
that got built on the northeast. So then when council then made the clarification that we did want them to be included, we can, bring it back and then ask the contractor to provide us a price for that, which they did. And that's the cost that they have given us to add those 3 driveways if we want to add them. We can put it out for bids if you'd like, so that we can get pricing to see if we get different pricing from anybody that's interested in this work.
And these bids will go to your firm,
No, they come to
but they won't go, so they can just go directly to the city.
They go through the
the
city.
bids come directly to the
Yeah.
city. We don't accept bids at our firm.
Okay.
All bids get submitted here, they're sealed. And so the way we bid it out is competitive seal proposals, not proposal, competitive seal bids. And so then when we specify a date and a time, so then the bids come in before that date and that time. And then let's say we get 5 bids, then we come in here to city offices. We open the bids, we read them out loud, and we record them. Then once we've recorded them, they've been recorded for the record, then we take them back and we tabulate them. And then we make sure that there's no errors or mistakes, omissions. Then we look at contractors' references, the ability to do this kind of work, their previous experience. Have they done this work before? And can they show maybe 2, 3, 4 projects of similar type nature and size? And then we call references. Once we then tabulate it, we put them on a spreadsheet, and then we compare all the prices at the time. We had 2 different types of proposals. One of them was an alternate for some crushed granite, and one of them was for the concrete, the 4-inch concrete that we did end up, council ended up choosing. And then that's where then we presented to council with a recommendation, but the ultimate decision comes from council, who we end up selecting. Ours is just, we tabulate it and we make a recommendation. This is the recommended bidder based on their, I guess, their references, their qualifications, their ability to do work, their financing. They do provide financing as well. And then from there, council then can review that, and then they made the call to go ahead and select the contractor that we have on board right now.
As far as selecting a bid, once we do select a bid, are we gonna have contracts established for timeframes on when the job gets done?
Yes, please.
Okay, because that's one of the concerns, like as far as projects, like having a time constraint for them, so they won't go over a certain amount of time, so we can hold them accountable for like the job being done. So that would be set in place.
Yes.
Okay.
When a contractor gets selected, then there's a time element
Mhm.
on that work to be completed. And then, so then they have that time to do the work. Then after that, they do get some, if there's like rain delays, or if there's any other like circumstances that may cause a project delay, that they do get allotted that time for the particular delay that may be caused. But there is a time element for them to complete the work, and then to do their finish out and turn in the project for cities and consideration and acceptance.
But as long as it's a nature, not personal. correct?
What's that?
As long as it's a nature issue, not personal issue.
Correct.
Okay,
As long as it's like if it's like a rain delay or something like that, or yeah. Yes, correct.
Mr. Manuel. Have you walked the sidewalks over at the park?
We walked it with the mayor and with some of the city staff, and we did walk the project.
You being an engineer, would you put your name on it?
The project's not complete yet, Councilman.
Okay, but the stuff that is complete, would you put your name on it?
It's not complete yet.
I'm asking the stuff that has been completed, would you put your name on it?
The project's not complete yet, sir.
Okay, that's the way you're gonna answer me.
No, they haven't turned it into the city yet. It's still under construction and they're still doing cleanup. So then they have not completed it yet. But we did provide a punch list. We provided items for corrective measures. And so then I think once those corrective measures have been done and completed, then at that time, then the project would be then considered complete for inspection and for review consideration.
Okay, have you inspected it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the oversight, in your opinion, give me a number between 1 and 10.
Can you clarify the question?
The oversight, which you have already gone out there to see the project on how it has become. Between a number of 1 to 10, how would you rate it?
Like in terms of.
The quality of work. Yes.
There are some sections that when we did do the walkthrough, we did notice some sections that the quality is pretty good, and then there's some sections that the quality is not the same. It kind of maybe even seems like they might have used different contractors or different subcontractors, because you can see that in some sections that we provided corrective measures for, you can see maybe the
Material?
material, the finish on it, or the expansion joints. On the expansion joints, you can see that there's like a lip on it, and then we specified them for them to have it maybe at least a half an inch below the concrete section, so that it doesn't cause like a trip hazard or something like that. And then there's some sections that does show it in that manner, but in other sections, it doesn't show it in that manner. So we did provide corrective measures for that.
So to avoid all that in the future, whoever we do select for the job, will we hold them to that a certain standard that it will have to be subcontracted by that person, no other subs besides that person we give the contract to?
We can specify if we want, like if council chooses that when we're contracting with them, if they are gonna have either a subcontractor work for them to provide the information to subcontractors, or we can specify that they would have to do the work themselves with their firm. Ultimately, the general contractor is responsible for the work that gets done, not his subs.
Mhm.
Like the subs maybe do some of the work, but the contract that we have and who's held responsible for that work is a contractor that we contracted with. So if something's not to standard, if the sub did it, it's still the general contractor is still ultimately responsible for it. And any corrective measures need to be done by the general contractor. They don't get, I guess, a pass on that if the work's not to the city standards. They still have to do corrective.
So as far as that project beforehand, how many times was it inspected and how much information was given to the council as far as like the progress of the job? Like, will we change that for this job? If we get bids and we accept a bid for the driveways, can we have more inspection time on those driveways?
If council wants to have us provide more inspection services on a regular basis, let's say they want us to come 2-3 times a week, or they want us to come every day to do inspection, or if they want us to come in once or twice a month to review the progress and review the pay estimates, things like that, then that's something we could definitely work with council on how much inspection and oversight, we want to include on any of the projects that are moving forward. And then that's something that we can definitely work out. If the oversight wants to be increased to on a daily basis, that definitely can be done. Yes. Right now, what we do is we come in maybe like about, on that particular project, maybe between 2 to 3 times a month to come and check, unless there is like an RFI from the contractor and they specify, can you look into this for us and to clarify something that they're not sure about, then we'll come over and we'll take a look at it. Or if anybody from council or anybody from city staff calls us and say, hey, this doesn't, look quite the way it should, can you come take a look at it? We definitely come over and take a look at it. But we try to keep costs reasonable for council so that we try to find a good balance between on how much oversight we provide and then how much it costs the city to provide that oversight. So we try to keep a pretty even balance on that.
But I think even just the oversight when you come in, your personnel that come in and inspect it for payments. If, as soon as you see something that needs to be addressed with them and not until the 4th phase is completed, and we've already paid them, not until the end where the project's almost completed at 80% and now we're raising these concerns to them. Just to be proactive on deficiencies that we see that need to be addressed.
And I did bring a copy of the,
specs.
I did bring a copy of the report that we provided them with the corrective measures for council. I brought one copy, but I can send it via email, but I can provide it. And so this just kind of goes over, it's got some photos on some of the corrective measures, and it's got some instruction on what we want to see be able to be corrected and improved based on what we saw on the walkthrough that we
So with that walkthrough and the corrective actions you want on that, that's gonna be at our expense or their expense since they've already been paid?
They're at their expense.
Okay.
Manuel, on the driveways, more focused on the one on 85. When we did that walkthrough, I had mentioned that entrance is utilized to get into the parking area for the festivals or events that happen at the pavilion.
Right.
The one concern that I brought up was now that it's a sidewalk, it's above ground, guests would use that prior entrance to drive on and to park into the grass area. Now it's raised, your driveway is gonna be added. I know you had said the 10 feet in the streetwise, but did y'all also add into the specs of it, like the driveway area or how they're gonna get into that parking lot? Because now we have the raised sidewalk.
We did, if I may approach, Mayor, I have a couple of little exhibits on what we kind of were looking at in that one. So. This one. So that one, we considered from the existing concrete, that's there, there's an existing concrete drive already. From the end of the existing concrete drive, we propose to go from that end of that concrete drive up to our sidewalk and matching the sidewalk. And then once we match the sidewalk, going past the sidewalk and then going on into the interior, but staying towards the side where the sidewalk continues, but basically get the cars over through the sidewalk and then go along the side and not on the sidewalk. So that's why we added those like about 10 feet so that they could not continue to drive on the sidewalk and then maybe cause damage to the sidewalk. There was
So on this area with this picture showing, it's showing the sidewalk, the driveways being on either side of the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
What is the thickness of the driveway you're gonna be putting? Because the sidewalk is only like, what, 3.5 inches?
It's 7 inches.
The sidewalk is 7 inches thick?
That's quite.
Okay, so y'all already took that in consideration as far as the drive.
Yes, sir.
So how thick is the drive gonna be? The same as 7 inches or even deeper? 7 inches? Okay.
Question.
Just in case for big trucks.
7 inches, I think is pretty.
So I think now that you have specs and measurements, I think we should go out for a couple more bids.
Sure.
Just to see, save some money. Because to me, that looks pretty steep for the driveways, but everything's going up, but I think
We
we
can
go for
certainly,
at
we
least
can certainly
200
put it
bids.
out for proposals and see if we can, we can advertise it and maybe, get some, council. Would we have, when we advertise it, if it's under 50,000, get a formal, advertisement, or could we get, bids submitted to, council offices, but, with a formal procurement on being under the 50,000, can we? So I guess it's just good for speed purposes wise,
Second one.
advertise it locally and then have, contractors put prices on it, and just tell them, look, by Friday, I need prices on this work.
Same one.
The same one.
Well, yeah, so we can definitely put it out for bids and then we'll advertise in local paper and then invite contractors, any willing contractor and, we can invite from locally and from outside to put in a bid and then we can then open them here at council and then, go through the process of selecting a contractor so that we can get somebody to provide that work and you might be able to get a better price on that.
Yeah.
That's
I
right.
think we have to put a timeline on it because we do have our festival in July. So I
Yes,
guess the
correct.
plan is to finish everything before that.
Graduation.
Yes.
And we also have graduation
Graduation.
Yeah.
When is graduation?
Oh, that's next week.
next week.
Huh?
Next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
We have to, I mean, something has to get organized for that entrance way or
we
For
could,
the one on 85.
but I think we could,
for the one at
185?
85.
We could probably, because if we're gonna go up for bids, you won't have a bid in time to be able to put it in by next week. But what we could maybe do is put in a little bit of caliche, maybe 3 inches on either side, just to, like a temporary, drive pass.
You get over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
But couldn't we,
On
I
either
don't-
side of the sidewalk on that particular drive.
because if we get a contractor and say, okay, I'm gonna charge you this much, doesn't Ms. Moran have the authority to make a decision under
That's what I was
$100,000?
just asking council. I mean, yes,
She has authority under her $100,000 to make a decision.
well, that's what I was trying to check.
Okay.
We're looking under 50,000, because right now they have a cost of 43,000.
43, 5.
I would say maybe more than 25, but less than 40. Because they already have a quote of 3, so I would think if we bid it out, we're gonna have something maybe between 25 and
Yeah.
what we have now. And that was my question earlier, to
Okay.
find out if we could do that, just let.
Or take care of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me just, okay,
Yeah, it's 100.
so. Okay, so these purchases require formal, non-advertised seal bid. So non-advertised is just, if I call, our local contractors, give them all a phone call or call even different contractors that may be wanting to put in a price and then have them submit a seal bid and tell them, give me a bid by Friday. And then, so we can provide them, square footages, so they're all bidding on
On the same.
apples,
Mhm.
like how thick it's gonna be, what's the strength of the concrete's gonna be, if it has reinforcing steel, how much reinforce, if they have to remove material, because they do have to excavate the 7 inches. They have to, if they're local, they may not have to mobilize, but if they're not local, they have to mobile. So that when they put in a price, everybody's putting the price on the same thing. And then we can then,
It's,
open the bids and.
it's typically a driveway 7 inches. I thought it was a little bit less.
It might be, Councilman, it may be. I'm not a contractor, but
Usually the
Yeah.
driveway's like 5.5 inches.
So I've done it like 5.5 inches.
I think 7 inches is good, like for the thickness, but that was my good question too, as far as the specs and everything like that. Like, you said earlier about rebar. We don't know if it's gonna be rebar, it's gonna be mesh. Do we know what it's gonna be?
Well, that's gonna have to be rebuilt. It's
Yeah.
we specified, 3,500,
PSI, yeah.
and I think we have, trying to remember if we have either 4 rebars at 12 inches on centers, which probably maybe what we have.
Right.
The driveways.
Yes, yeah.
And then excavate the existing soils down to 7 inches and compact that. So then we can come back in and put in the materials. And then put in maybe, depending on the width, if it's 20 foot in width, we maybe put a control joint in the middle. And then if the length, one of them's like 35 feet in length. So we may cut it like to 12-foot joints. So at every 12, we'd have a control joint. So just to prevent breaks from going
Running.
through, so usually 12 feet is, pretty, yes, sir, pretty standard.
So, and
So so what, I guess what your policy says is purchases require formal, non-advertised sealed bids or proposals. So you could. Okay, yeah, we can reach out and then try to get a bid back Friday. And then once the bids come in, just let them all know, turn in by Friday by 3 o'clock. And on a sealed envelope, right? And then once everybody's in by Friday at 3, then city manager.
Awarded
can-
Friday at 5, pour it Monday at 8 in the morning.
Was that-
so,
Awarded by 5 o'clock and pour it Monday morning.
so.
That'd be nice.
I know a guy.
If they may be, yeah, and especially on that one, so that it can start curing and get some time before you put traffic on it, because you put traffic on it too soon, and then it make.
If they approve the change order this evening and in an amount not to exceed, and we can put a number on it, is that is it gonna need to come back to them, like you were saying? Based on when you open the bids, right? Or are y'all gonna be able to pick somebody and start the work? Like, is all you need from council the approval of the change order up to a certain amount, and then you can execute all the work, or is it gonna need to come back to them? Because they're not gonna meet again, I think, until the
Next Tuesday, the ninth.
might have the 19th, but that'll be that's a quick turnaround.
So did everybody catch that?
No.
It's like, if council authorizes us to put it up for bids, so then is council giving me authorization to go ahead and award it up to a certain amount not to exceed? And then so that we can go ahead and award it without having to come back to council and get an approval
And
from council for that award, and then getting them ready, like telling them they need to commence construction, like on the invitation, we can tell them they need to commence construction by Monday. And then they get started immediately, so
And it's,
it'll be done as soon as possible.
yeah, essentially it's y'all letting Premier Engineering know we're gonna go with your recommended bid no matter what in advance, without having to come back and look at them.
Premier or Ms. Moran, or your work hand in hand.
If you wanted to run through her, that's fine too. If time is if time's an issue, what they need from y'all really is approving the change order, because it's approving funding, right? The contractor for something like this, there's probably not gonna be a huge, it's probably gonna come down to who has a crew the quickest, right, to get out there, so.
And then primarily, we want that one first, right? And then
Yeah.
for them to work on the other two as well. But that would be the one that we would want to commence immediately and then have it done probably by when, well, you said graduations are next Friday? I don't recommend that we
Not
pour it.
rush.
No, I don't recommend that you pour it.
Because
before-
we're not even gonna know what the weather's gonna be like, or,
No, but it's not gonna have enough time to cure.
yes.
Unless you put in quick setting concrete that will sit within 3 to 5 hours. And then you can put traffic on immediately, then you can do that, but then that might change our price, right? But yeah, TxDOT does do some quick setting concrete that's like 5,000 PSI and you're able to, after
I mean, they're
5
gonna be
hours
parking
or
over
so,
the
you
sidewalk.
can then put traffic on.
Imagine the
But-
vehicles.
You know, I would recommend that we prep the existing site, maybe put some caliche base on both sides. So then we can have, for this Friday, traffic be able to go through it. You still go through the process of bidding it out. Contractor comes in and then they start working, you know, shortly after, because we do have our July 4th festivities. And we have maybe other activities that might happen.
And this is going to come out of our hot funds, right?
What's that?
The
The
funding
co-
source.
How are we going to pay for this additional change order? Well, that, we paid our sidewalk project out of hot funds.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying because we have already 25,000 for the,
We had initially budgeted 250, like
okay,
I had given it as an estimate. And this project came in at just under 200. So
so we might
we're
have
still
some
under what
wiggle
we had
room.
initially considered as a budget. And so, looking at the number that they provided, we're still kind of under that number. So I don't know how much funds are in the hot funds, but
Okay,
and then on this same item, Mayor and Council, I think we also have
the light,
consideration of the lights that city has already purchased. And on that one, we did get a cost for the contractor to provide the assembly of the lights and the installation of 27 lights and poles with a concrete base. So they'll auger out the foundation, the footing, I believe it's 53 inches, so it's about 4.5 feet. And then put in the pole, and then they grout in the excess part of the hole, and then they'll go 1 foot up from the finished floor for for the concrete base. And that's what's been proposed for the 27 lights, a total of $22,919.49. And that's for the two parts, for that part and the other part.
22,000 what?
$919.49.
How many lights is that?
There's 27 lights.
and
the
that's for the
cost-
back park and where?
Rocky.
For the Aventura Park and for the
The
Main
front.
Street Park.
How many are going to the Main Street Park?
I have 8 going to the Main Street Park and 19 going to the baseball parks. This was provided with, I did bring a park layout with the company that provided the lights to the city provided
Like
a lighting for the two parks. One park and then the other park, and then this is the assembly for the lights and the foundations. But that's good. That's it. Right there, and on the next page, we have that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Got it.
And then on the other one.
It's for the Main Street Park.
And what? Those are the lights and that's the area, and then when you go to. That's your left. On the front,
Around the,
yeah, and that's mainly like every other from what you already put in.
okay, in between the,
The lighting company provided that to the city. And then the city provided that to us so that we could ask the contractor for a price. So then we provided that information and the assembly for the materials, that information so that it gives a cost.
These are 19 lights. Where are the other 8 lights gonna go?
main park.
On the main,
It's over there.
so the 19 there.
Right here. from the
City.
street. So this is around the parking, this one right here. in the back. But in the middle, we already have right here. Okay,
those are both being presented as, those two improvements are being presented as one change order. So right now we have a price for both items from the same, from their current contractor. If the council chooses, they can then award maybe just the lighting to the current contractor and then bid out the other section. Or if they want, then they can bid out both. 22, 919 on
Bids on that
the
too.
light. 43. But you're at 65.
The guy said they're doing. They
want to.
want to, they give it. Then we'll go to some.
Yeah.
They have-
I was just trying to, so if y'all want to move forward with this, it would be to approve a change order and an amount not to exceed 65,000. And that would include, it's right at 65,000 if you go with the current contractor. That would include trying to bid out the 3 driveways to bring that number down, possibly. But that would be where you're at.
Change order of not exceed what, 55?
And awarding the lights to the current contractor. Yeah.
I don't know, I think we should either go for, speaking to the workers, they don't mind doing the lights. They have the equipment, they have the stuff to do it. But they would like to do it like on weekends, to make some overtime, which I think if we do the math, I think it'd probably be cheaper. But
We had already approved that. The council has.
yeah, and
The over.
I talked to one of the guy, it took me 30 minutes to put the light together, and he already put one together. He knows he has this plan because they provided these plans. And they would like to do it themselves, but of course it'd be on weekends so they can get extra money. But
Yeah, the city then assumes liability. The light falls over. That's part of the reason you want to bid it out. You want a contractor to handle it.
well, I think we should go for bid too on the lights because I mean, it's cheaper we can get it, the better, but now you have specs on it. You want to go a whole foot on top of the ground?
They did provide, they put in detail. This is from the lighting company, and they provided another one that doesn't use concrete, it uses like,
Foam.
yeah, like the foam is, it hardens into like, kind of like an epoxy. And so you insert the foam on the surrounding, and then that provides, that's provided with a engineer's, I guess, seal. Yes, it's already pre-engineered. So that we got that from, I guess, the manufacturer from the city that provided that information, and we passed it on to the contractor so they could get a price. But if we want to bid that out, we certainly can do that.
All right, council. So on that item regarding the driveways for Aventura Park and assembly and construction of the lights for the 2 city parks, there's no further discussion. And I ask for a motion.
Make a motion that we go out for at least 2 more bids on the driveways. And allow Premier to make the decision on the contractor. Based on your best knowledge and of course pricing, right? But cheaper not always better, right?
But
But
best value, best value combines the two, they're most qualified as well as the best
Yeah.
price. So if y'all want
Set
what's that?
a cap of the,
I would recommend, because you're authorizing the work to proceed, you want to cap that way. If for some reason prices spike next week and it exceeds that amount, you're not authorizing that. So in this case, it sounds like the amount would be not to exceed 65,000
How
for
much?
those. 65,000.
65 what you currently have, so it would be not to exceed what you currently have,
out for both,
That's for both, yes.
total both projects.
total.
motion on the table by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. As stated, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 21, discuss, consider, and act on adopting the revised City of Dilley Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan.
Mayor and Council, on the revised water conservation and drought contingency plan, the city is in the process currently of applying for funding for the Texas Water Development Board HB 500. With that, the city then needs to have their plan updated, and we did provide the plan back in 2019. And then so we currently have done the updates to it with the new requirements that they have. I did bring them for council to have. And that will bring that's already been submitted to Water Development Board, but it does require us to get council approval. So if we need to make any adjustments or changes that we see, we can make adjustments or changes. But I think it was more of like an update so that we're in compliance. So then when we go out for funding, we're eligible to get funded.
And this is one y'all can approve, and then if you need to revise it later,
Mhm.
revise it later.
And you had something,
Ms. Bolaños, you already reviewed this?
Mayor, we created that with the assistance of the Water Utilities Department
Mhm.
with Mr. Rudy and Mr. Adrian. And they provided us a lot of the data so that we could update with like your rates and those kinds
The
of,
usage and.
yes. Their usage. And our goal is to reduce our water loss. Right
Mhm.
now, we have pretty high water loss, and we're, I guess, the city has made it a measure to reduce that by installing new water meters. And then we want to do some other improvement measures so that every year, we're gonna try to see if we can reduce that water loss by 5%. If we approve it, we can approve it contingent on any reviews or adjustments
Mhm.
that may be needed. And those can be added.
What did you mention us as we could do what?
I was saying y'all can, for purposes of applying for the the Water Board Development Grant,
We
the
need to
Water
have this.
Development Board Grant, you can approve this tonight. And then if y'all want to take time to review it and make any changes, you can do that
We
as
can come
well
back.
at a subsequent meeting. But for purposes of moving forward with the grant,
Yeah.
you just need an updated version. So this would satisfy that.
10:30, make a motion.
Yes. There's no further discussion. Can I have a motion?
Council, I'd like to make a motion on adopting the revised City Dilley water conservation and drought contingency plan.
Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
No.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Council, we're gonna go back to item number 14. Discuss, consider an act on approving the quarterly financial report ending March 31st, 2026.
Alvarez.
Yes, Mr. Alvarez?
If you turn to your financial report, this will be short. The city's quarterly financial report details revenue, expenses, and fund status. The report is for this report is for the quarter ending March 31st, which is 50% of the fiscal year. Page 1 shows the detail of all funds held by the city. The major operating funds are the general fund, the utility fund, and prison fund. All of the operating funds show a positive revenue to expenditure ratio. But basically, that means that we've had more revenue than expenses, which is a good thing. Overall, I can report that improvements have been made to our financial position. There is still work that needs to be done, but progress is being made. On page 1, if I could just go over the general fund, on the revenue side, we have collected $1,359,000. And we have spent $1,079,000, and to revenue of $1,359,000, which again is in the utility fund. We have collected $1,419,000 and expended $1,175,000. Some of this is seasonal, so as the year goes on, they'll catch up to each other. But hopefully we can continue to maintain the revenue to expenditure ratio. In the prison fund, we have collected $554,000 and have spent $392,000. So I think that things are looking up. This is a lot of information. So if you want to look it over, and if you have any questions, you can always, you know where to find me, and just come to the office anytime or give me a call. Okay?
Do you have any questions for Mr. Alvarez? If there are no questions, council, should I please have a motion?
The investment report. This is quite simple. We actually only had,
Mr. Alvarez,
that we're-
15, the
Yes.
investment report is item 15. We're on 14.
We're still on 14.
what?
They haven't made a motion yet to go to 15 yet.
Council, may I have a motion?
Council make a motion on approving the quarterly financial report ending March 31st, 2026.
Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place Four, Joe Garcia. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
In the investment fund, actually, the city.
Hold on, Mr. Alvarez. Item number 15. Discuss, consider, and act on approving the quarterly investment report ending March 31st, 2026.
The investment for really doesn't have much investment. We have two certificates of deposit, one in the general fund for $55,000 and one in the utility fund for $149,000. This quarter, those certificates of deposits made $1,831. And the second part of that page is for the prison wastewater construction project, which, as you can see, has a very large amount of $7,615,000. However, that is held in escrow by the Texas Water Development Board. The Bond A and 23A and 23B are actually loans from the Texas Water Development Board, and then the other one is the last part is a grant for 50%. Which is in total $7,615,000. That is held in escrow, which means by the Texas Water Development Board, which means it's our money, but they keep it until we spend it. So as we spend it, we do a draw from them, and they send us whatever we percentage of completion or part that we complete, and then we pay the whatever is owed. We don't pay anything until we receive the money from the Texas Water Development Board. So, I mean, it's a lot of money, but we can't go and
We
spend
can't
it,
spend
or
it.
we can, and hopefully within the the engineers can.
They left 30.
Well, it'll probably take more than this year. to
Yes.
Finish it, so this.
It will be
this-
possibly
yeah.
January of
It'll
27.
probably be taken 2 years for this to be completed. And this, the payment even to the bonds really comes from the Department of Corrections, fiscal unit. In their contract, this is just aside from that, but in the contract when they first came, was that, whatever it costs the city to provide services to them, they would be paid by us, and we're way behind because it's mostly paid, except for these bonds, is paid through the rates that we set for the providing the water and running their sewer. We're not there, it's our sewer plant. And it hasn't been done in years. So,
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Council, if there are no questions or discussion, I ask for a motion.
Mayor, Council, I make a motion that we approve the quarterly investment report in
Motion.
March 31st, 2026.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. Any opposed? I mean,
On the period.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor wants to leave it.
No. 16, discuss, consider, and act on awarding the bid proposal for the operation of the city pool concession stand for the 2026 summer season.
You had someone?
We have one.
Natasha?
It was received on May 8th. Hmm? We have received a bid proposal from Ms. Juanita Duran, bid at $100 on the swimming pool concession stand. May I have a motion?
To accept it for $100 by Duran.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 17, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-12-05-3 of the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas, authorizing the waiver of certain facility usage fees for the use of the gazebo number 1 located on Main Street for church events. We do have two
And just to-
requests, yes?
Just to clarify, to avoid, you really can't give like preferential treatment to just a religious
Right.
institute. So it's probably more accurate to say it would be an exception for any nonprofit that wants to come. So that would be civic groups or any kind of religious group, anybody organized as a 501c3. So you would still charge private persons, in other words, if somebody has a birthday party or something. But if it's like a nonprofit group that's doing a fundraiser or something like that, you'd waive it. That would be the new policy going forward, would be to waive that.
You missed that one on there.
I'm sorry?
I said you missed that one.
Yes.
All right, as legal counsel has suggested, for a nonprofit organization. There are no questions. Council, may I have a motion?
I know you mentioned that we had two prior things or two events coming up, or what was the reason this is getting brought up?
So We are aware other fees are waived for nonprofit schools and so forth. However, on our gazebo rental agreement, we don't have that clause or statement on here. And so
Yeah, that's what's supposed to be right now would be to go ahead and build that in moving forward to say.
so that
Show that you're,
Moran can proceed as city administrator to make those decisions. You know, in other words, we didn't have that on the rental agreement.
Mayor,
To be specific.
is that all fees, including water and light, if any?
it's all
It
built
would be-
into a rental fee that it's just a
So if
flat
we
rate.
charge $40 just for that
Right.
rental, whether it includes electricity,
Yeah.
that would be everything waived.
Mayor, I'd like to motion to approve the resolution of 26-12-05-03 of the city council of the city of Dilley, Texas, authorizing
Motion made,
nonprofit
sorry. we
nonprofit
looked-
nonprofit organizations to located on Main Street for nonprofit organization events.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 18, discuss, consider, and act on a request for authorization for a firework display at graduation dance submitted by the parents of the senior class of 2026.
Nope.
So we do have a letter here from the senior class, just for safety purposes and everything like that. It's being brought to council. Ms. Moran.
Yes, Mayor, Council, this is a request from the parents of the graduating class of 2026 seniors asking to have a fireworks display for, as Mayor stated, for safety purposes. I know that they're going to have the fire department that's going to conduct the firework display. However, it is a city facility, and the question was the liability of some things. So we wanted to bring this forth to council for consideration.
It's gonna be held inside the baseball field, correct? Just like 4th of July. And the fire department's gonna be in charge of everything.
Ignite and
See why not? And we're no longer under the burn ban anyway, so we're okay as well. Yeah, the ordinance we do have.
Yeah, essentially what's being asked here is for y'all to, you can grant waivers from ordinances in certain cases. You're essentially saying for this one event or time, and you can put other conditions on it, like fire department needs to be involved, that kind of thing. But you're gonna tell PD not to write anybody tickets for throwing a firework display at this place, time for this reason, you know?
I think what our city attorney is alluding to is that we have a fireworks ban inside the city limits. Therefore, you're granting this waiver as a waiver with any stipulations such as that the fire department be present and conducting.
there's no further questions or discussion. Have a motion, please. Nina?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. Consider an act on a request for authorizations for fireworks display for the senior class of 2026 under the direct supervision of the fire department.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 19. Discuss, consider, and act and provide direction regarding animal shelter donation procedures and memorandum of understanding with Jackson Brush Puppy Rescue and with the City of Dilley Animal Control Department. Council, this item was asked to be brought back for consideration, and Ms. Moran to work on seeing with legal what we have to do. Just to recall, this is the nonprofit organization based out of Pearsall. They have been working closely with our ACO, Mr. Ahmad. And the conversation was brought up about accepting donations on behalf of the city of Dilley, for the city of Dilley ACO department. And so I turn over the table to Ms. Moran.
So as if I understand the history of this, is that you have a private donor who has donated in the past, specifically funds to be used towards our animal shelter. Now, the question becomes here, and then I'll turn it over to Austin to address, is that you have the brush puppy, a 501c3 that would like to act as a intermediary to accept those funds. And then they would keep a 10% of any of the donated funds in order to operate with services that would be served here specifically for Dilley. However, I don't believe, if I understand legal, that we have to have a nonprofit in order to receive those private donations. Am I correct, Ms. Strauss?
Yes, that's if y'all, if a private individual wants to donate funds to help the city specifically with animal control issues or animal related issues, they can do that directly. It's the same as if they were donating to a 501c3 in terms of it being tax deductible, right? It's still money being donated for a public purpose. The city can issue its own receipt and a letter acknowledging the donation for tax purposes. So there's really not a legal reason why you would need, why there couldn't just be a donation directly to the city for this purpose, because any donation y'all get can be earmarked for whatever purpose the donor wants to put on it. And then it's up to you to accept if you accept the funds, then you're also accepting those conditions. So if the funds get donated and earmarked for funding, animal control or the animal control department, then that y'all would be bound to honor that, right? So I guess I'm still unclear, and I'm happy if y'all want to look into getting a written agreement or something in place, even if it's not necessary. If you want to do it for other reasons, I'm happy to work with the nonprofit here between meetings and see what needs to be done.
Well, that was the same when it was brought last time.
And I never heard,
And
I never heard anything from
so
them. So
my question, just for clarification again, what you stated was that any person or entity could come and donate to the ACO or City of Dilley for the ACO department, and they would still receive the same taxation
Yeah.
forgiveness
So like,
as if they were to an actual 501.
correct. So if the donor were to go to the nonprofit and say, here's a check for $1,000, and then the nonprofit were to turn around and give a check for $1,000 to the city of Dilley, that's fine. If the donor came directly to the city and said, here's $1,000, right? That's fine. All of his tax is tax deductible. There's no difference in that. And there doesn't really need to be any particular written agreement. Obviously there's a receipt and a letter acknowledging there's
Right.
documentation that the funds are transferred and why, what purpose they were for. And y'all would have a resolution before you saying, here, these are earmarked funds for this purpose. But that would be true whether they're coming from an intermediary 501c3 or directly from a private donor.
So Ms. Moran, were you able to visit with the Jackson Brush and Mr. Ahmad, the ACO?
So based on what they've turned in, it's basically, as Mr. Beck stated, you have two options here. You can accept the funds directly from the donor on behalf of the city, and that's it. Or if you wish to entertain an agreement, entering into an agreement with this nonprofit and draft an agreement where we would donate a proceed of any future donations, that a percentage would go to them, or whatever the terms are. That's your other option if you wanted to work into an agreement with the Jackson Brush Puppy nonprofit organization. They are currently, I know the city of Pearsall has donated monies to them. Frio County also donated monies for them. And what they are doing is they're providing this spay and neuter program in Frio County and in Pearsall. So that's what they would do. They would bring in a mobile clinic and offer spay and neutering for the city of Dilley. But that would be terms, if that's an agreement, you all want to come back and have,
Right, so I don't think it's so much that that's an agreement we want to make. The concern and the reason I requested this for you to meet with the nonprofit and Mr. Ahmad is to ensure that what they're needing on their end, we already got that guidance from our council as far as how we can proceed. But from my understanding, Ahmad, if you want to come and let us know what it is that we're trying to accomplish. I don't want to leave this meeting again not having clarification on.
And I may very
that.
well be misunderstanding, so if my
Yes, and that's,
advice changes, I'll let y'all know, but there's.
I
yes,
mean, if the objective is to accept this donation from the private donor, then the city can clearly do that and issue a receipt and a letter acknowledging that donation. Now, if my understanding is Jackson Brush Puppy nonprofit wants to enter into some sort of an agreement with the city for receiving a donation, a percentage of donations that the city receives towards the animal shelter. That would be a separate agreement. But what is here, from what I understand, was we were not sure how we should accept this donation. Clearly, we've gotten some instructions from legal that it's
Yeah.
perfectly okay for the city to accept the donation.
I'm sorry,
I
but that
think-
was a misunderstanding. It was because they want a MOU.
Well, I
Yeah, so
think-
that would be something separate, another separate agreement that we would have to draft with them and bring it back.
I
to
think some donors just felt more comfortable going through a 501c3 from what I hear. That way, even though we same status, but they just feel more comfortable that way. So,
And again, that's totally, there's nothing wrong. If I give my money to a 501c3 and they turn around and give it to the city, that's fine. When I report my
like saying-
taxes, it's gonna be donation to
agreement.
501c3. When 501c3 reports their
though
taxes, it's
they-
gonna say donation to city. So
And that's why the agenda item reads, getting direction on how you all want to proceed. If you want to enter into some sort of agreement with Jackson Brush Puppy, then we will entertain the discussions with them, we will formalize an agreement and have legal review it and present it at the next regular council meeting.
Ahmad, do you want to give us some clarification since you firsthand work with the donors and the nonprofit?
Good evening.
Good evening.
The situation is this, we already have set a system that we can receive donations. That's not the issue. We've been receiving donations and we have a specific key in the front office to the girls. Whenever somebody calls over the phone, hey, there's $1 for the animal control department, they have that specific issue taken care of. That's not the issue. The situation here is these people, Jackson Brush Puppy, they've been helping me for 8 years or so. And we have some people, wealthy people around here in Dilley, that they ask me, do you have a 501c3? And I stated no, because we're not a nonprofit. City of Dilley is not a nonprofit. So it's like, if you can get me a 501c3, I can help you more. Why? Because they benefit them on the write-off of the taxes. So this wealthy
I
people.
think that's the confusion. So, and in the future, someone asks you, are you a 501c3? You can say no, but donations to the city are tax
Yeah,
deductible.
I've been saying
Yeah.
that for years, sir.
Okay, so
But
it
that's
seems
not-
like that's the,
issue. No,
okay.
no, that's not the situation. That one is already taken care of. But this people has been asking me, if you can get me a 501c3, I can help you even more, because it's gonna benefit them. So that's where the questioning started. It's not that Jackson Brush Puppies, they want to get into a relationship with us and they want to benefit themselves. That's not how it started. They offer themselves the help because they've been working with me for 8 years without asking me for a single dime. They've been taking my dogs and saving a lot of money from the budget for the city without no asking for nothing. So they offer their help. That's all what they're doing. And they have a 501c3 themselves. Within a couple of days, they got it. Here's a copy. So all what they did is, if you need help, here it is. Just help me out with 5 or 10% and for administration fees, and that's about it. But the only thing is, the system is already set. We've been receiving donations since last year after the office got burned. So Mr. Hauser was very active in the helping and all this stuff. So that is not the easy,
So the-
that's already taken care of.
The nonprofit's asking for a donation from the city, not the other way around.
Pardon me?
The rescue is asking for the city to write a check to the rescue, not the other way around.
No,
No, they're not asking.
they're not asking for any money.
When you say 5 or 10%, what is that?
That
referring
was
to?
just a administrative cost that they, after meeting with Omad and the agreement, of course, they have to do paperwork just like us. We have to grants, we enter 5% administrative fee and all that to take care of that. So for them to collect the money on behalf of Omad, that was their administrative fee. They came into play when they knew these large donors were wanting to give a large amount, but were hesitant because of the 501(c)(3). So they stepped in and met with Omad and myself and let us know that they're willing to take that on for us and do a 5% admin fee or whatever council agreed to be accepting or permitted of that.
So wouldn't that be the same thing though, as someone donating directly to the city and then y'all just giving 5% of that back to the rescue?
We wouldn't have to give them 5% because we're collecting the money. This is only because they're going through them to collect the money for ACO.
But aren't you already collecting money? Like you just said up front, people can call and just donate money?
Yeah.
Which that should also flow through you.
Want to see 501c3 status.
Yes.
under the
There's,
mission.
there's some.
So if there's something that legal can draft and work with administration so that we have a set documentation for these type of donors that we can present to them to say that it's the same taxable write-off forgiveness as a 501(c), whatever legality we have to go through. The thing is just the donors are not wanting to donate straight to the city because they don't have that document saying that it was paid to a
Yeah.
501(c).
Okay.
And it's not that Jackson Hewitt,
So-
sorry, Jackson, Brush Country Puppy
Okay.
is
So
wanting to get money. It's,
in lieu of having to educate all these donors about
okay,
that it's cool just to give money straight to the city, right? That would be one way to do it. In lieu of that, you can just give up 5 to 10% of the total donations that come in and sign an agreement with this rescue to say, y'all be our collector, our, point of contact, and you keep whatever percentage we agree on.
that's what we're trying to do with the
Yes,
MOU
I'm
that's.
saying those, that
presented
would be
to us.
the
The second.
which is the same thing. Okay.
Thing there, like I
Mhm.
told y'all, you have two options.
Mm.
You can draft an MOU.
But if it's easier just to the latter, doing an agreement where you just give up 5% in exchange for not having to educate donors, I would say that would be the easier thing to do, because it's really between them and their accountants and lawyers, and it's not really our place to, educate them.
But it
like that.
won't
So-
hurt either way. We just do the come with agreement.
Will you lose
Some
5 or
people-
10% the
these
second way?
people
but-
with Donations they're old people, they're stubborn, and I want a 501c3.
And that's fine. Okay.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
I understand now. Yeah.
And so that's all it is. It's gonna accomplish the same thing, the same thing. And I think it'll benefit Brush.
Either do status quo, like we're doing right now, accepting donations through the
But-
phone or something.
But what we're hearing is there are people withholding donations because don't understand that they have that option, right? And we don't have a good way to get that word out,
Or you can enter into an agreement with Jackson Brush Puppy.
and they'll
and give
they'll solve that problem. Yeah.
Mr. Ong, in what would benefit your program? In the
Well-
decision that we take?
It will benefit okay.
What would benefit?
What would benefit? Like,
What will benefit?
What,
which way?
The, either or will benefit because the system, I've been educating the community, probably people doesn't know. But I've been educating the people, telling them we have already the system. So the education is started. But let's just not forget it's only one man band. Okay? So we need that, keep that. It's only one man and people is getting educated, but it's only one man band. So that work is getting done. The reason for all this is because there's people with money, big money, that they want to help. They have the heart for the animals and they're asking for a 501c3. Not your regular citizens. I'm not saying regular in a bad way, but any other citizen and any other donor. If somebody wants to give $5, that's welcome. That's not the problem. The problem is like people who's wealthy people, they require that kind of document because it's gonna benefit them. They told me straight up, this paper, if you give me this paper, you can get this money. It will benefit me and it will benefit you. That's why I started asking those kind of questions. The situation started, it has been developing for.
Okay. So I've got an understanding now. I'll bring back some of it for y'all then on the next, if you want to table it now, I'll bring back something on the next meeting for you. to
so
approve.
the MOU that was in the packet, you didn't review it?
I have not, because I wasn't sure what they were asking for.
Okay, so now we're again, I'm sorry, don't mean to be rude. It's just first we're given certain direction, we brought it back, and now we're back to square one where we need to be very mindful of everybody's time, duties, if we're a city, if we can just please review, because again, this donor has been trying to donate for 8 months now. And we brought it back the first time, said no MOU needed to be done. Now Jackson's trying to ask for that. I just asked that we get this ready, maybe for our next meeting, review the MOU that was provided and
Nothing should hold up this donation. So if someone wants to go donate money to right now to the puppy rescue, $1,000 and say, rescue, you keep 100 and donate 900 of it to the city.
it does
That can
stop
happen.
because they don't want to, they don't want to accept donations until they have a MOU so that we're on the same page. We also have to see their standpoint of what they have to do in their reporting, filing, receiving of funds, releasing the funds, things like that. So
Then-
again, I understand it's just
Okay.
from their end. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, Council.
Council, can I please have a motion?
I make a motion that we allow legal to work on the MOU between City of Dilly and First Country Shelter to bring to the next meeting so we come to an agreement.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 22, discuss, consider, and act on authorizing the preparation and procurement of an updated Parks and Recreation Master Plan, including authorization to issue a request for proposals, RFP, for professional planning services. Ms. Moran?
Yes, Mayor, this is the agenda item. We had the public hearing regarding revising our current park master plan so that we can be able to be competitive if council decides to submit for a Texas Parks and Wildlife outdoor recreation grant for improvements to our parks. It's not required to have the park master plan. However, you do score additional points if you submit a current master plan. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Carlos.
Mayor and City Council, you remember some of the discussion and the comments that we had at the public hearing. There has not been much change, and this is a 5 years updating. The major updating is the 10-year when you have to prepare a complete new park master plan. We have already been researching each one of these sections of the park master plan, and it can be done with minimum effort and minimum cost also. Besides that, it has to be completed by the end of May to be submitted to Parks and Wildlife to be considered for the next application cycle. So with your approval, we can proceed with that promptly, and we're ready and willing to do it.
Council, do y'all have any questions for Mr. Colina Vargas? There are no questions or discussion. Can I have a motion, please?
We're gonna update the plans, right? But who's gonna make the changes of when you say update? What do you mean by update?
The current plan needs to be revised and updated because it's, has expired, it's 5 years old, so we need to make some revisions to it. But in order to make those revisions, we have to go out for, request for professional services to hire a consultant to help us with the revisions
Okay.
of our current plan. And that's what the, agenda item is to authorize us to go out for request for proposals for a consultant to help us revise the current master plan that's past its 5-year date, so that we would not be able to submit it with our application if council authorizes us to submit a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, which are due by August 3rd. And this plan needs to be in by when, Douglas?
Yeah, man.
The end of May. So that's why it's being.
Is there a fee?
There would be a fee to, for the consultant, that's gonna revise it for us.
And where was those funds coming from?
They would, come out of, can we use hot funds or?
Yeah, but it will be part of the request for proposal. We cannot disclose it right now.
Oh,
What?
it's part of the proposal, when we draft that proposal, that would include, what that fee would be, then we would come back and tell you what the fee is on the proposals that come in, and then where that fee would come from.
It's one of the selection considerations.
Yeah, it's one of the select, so in that RFP, if we're gonna ask for them to give us, their cost,
Yeah.
their cost proposal, and then we'll bring it back with the scoring criteria that we set up, and then we'll, be able to say, okay, this is how much it is, and this is where we can take it from.
So they will take a percentage instead of just a flat fee.
They don't know not to do percentages, right? That's on the,
No.
no, it's a flat fee. On the Texas, you're awarded a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant. There is a percentage for administrative services that you can pay the consultant that's gonna be administering the grant. At that time, you can pay it, the parks grant allows for a percentage.
That's correct.
But for preparing the Parks Master Plan, it would be based on what bids come in. And then we'll be able to determine where we'll bring that back to y'all.
And that's when we see what they want to do, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
how much it would cost, and then we would also have where the fiscal impact would be to which fund in our general.
Motion, please.
May I like to motion to consider an act on authorizing the preparation and procurement of an updated parks and recreational master plan, including authorization to issue a request for proposal RFP for professional planning services.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Item 23, discuss, consider an act on resolution number 26-12-05-4, authorizing the city administrator to execute an agreement for the rapid warn emergency notification and public warning system for emergency management and public safety communications.
Mayor, Council, this is a agenda item that was submitted on behalf of our police chief regarding the rapid warning system, the siren system that the city of Dilley has. I've asked our Public Works Director to come up here and answer any questions you may have regarding the siren system itself. We did recently test it.
We did conduct a testing, yes. And it was 3 weeks ago. And it was successful. We did have some comments that they couldn't hear it on an Avant subdivision as well as Hilltop. But we do have this system in place now. But the reason it's coming to y'all's attention and for request of approval is for the reason that we don't have a maintenance agreement with them. So anytime there's needing some technical troubleshooting, they will charge us by the hour, just calling them, even if it's 10 minutes. So if we get into a contract with them, and actually, if we reach out to them now, they won't help us because we don't have a maintenance agreement.
Yeah.
So just to,
Yeah, so in the agenda packet, you'll see the memorandum to council. The fiscal impact, of course, is we need a subscription. So that's going to be the fees, integrating the cost of the equipment and then the maintenance agreement as Mayor alluded to. And then, of course, any training expenses. So that's all part of the agreement. And the action is to authorize the city administrator to negotiate and execute the necessary agreements, the subscription documents, and any related implementation documents associated with this siren system. One thing that Public Works Director brought up is it would probably be a good idea to put in our social media and in our city website the sounds, what the alerts mean.
Sound means.
So we're
The
gonna be working
signals.
on that as
Make some literature or magnets or something to give out to people.
what those sounds mean, you know, to educate the public.
Is this part of the police auditing that they had that we have to implement or?
Not this,
Okay.
the next agenda item.
So what about those areas that they didn't hear the siren, like Hilltop, and you still discuss other areas? So what are we gonna do as far as that goes?
we're gonna conduct another test here soon, especially for the Avant subdivision, because it is right on this tower here, so it should reach that radius. So we're gonna maybe try a longer time to test out the system.
So there is something in place so we can further the signal or the sound. Mhm.
Especially at the Hilltop area, because of the current ones, it's a certain radius. So that might be the reasoning why.
And that's a very good question, Councilmember Gomez. And that's part of the negotiations where we integrate any additional equipment that we need in order to address some of those residents in those areas.
So the cost for the maintenance agreement is 1,980.
Once,
1,980 for a 12-month.
And we're 50 an hour.
Yes, it's a
safety has no price.
correct. Where would this be paid out of, Ms. Moran?
I'm sorry, this is a 12 months lease effective 5/1/2026. End date would be April 30th of 2027. And the cost of the agreement is 1,980.
Where would the funds be coming out from?
This would be
It
from.
would be a
the-
split, since
sorry?
it would be a split,
It's
like a split cost overall the city. That's something that we provide, or
We would have to go back and identify where it would come from, Mayor, with finance.
Okay.
To see if it would be, typically what it would be is it would come out of the police department under their software line item or subscriptions line item. So there's line items in the different departments for subscriptions, which and dues, which includes any software. And if there's not enough in that line item for PD, then we can do a budget adjustment and move some monies from the same fund, but from a different line item to cover that expense.
Are there any other questions? There's no questions or discussion. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion authorizing the city administrator to execute an agreement for the rapid warn emergency notification and public warning system.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Four, Joe Garcia. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. 24, discuss, consider an act on resolution number 26-12-05-5, approving a professional services agreement with Manage Engine Log 360 Cloud Professional Edition for security software for the police department. Councilor Aranda, you had the question. This is for the CJIS audit they had conducted, and one of the findings was for the security of the CJIS program.
This is one of the findings and recommendations that was made in that the criminal justice system audit. So the police department utilizes various digital systems that contain very sensitive law enforcement information and operational data. And the CJIS system audit determined that we do not have the software that is required to prevent any hacking into our system that then would impact not only the DPS system where all of this data is kept, but because it serves other communities, it would also impact them. Therefore, they are recommending that we get the proper software that would protect not only DPS, but the other communities that get that data that merge together. And so Chief has been working closely with the CJIS to determine what is the most appropriate software that would meet their recommendations. And this is the one that Chief is asking that we look into. Staff recommends authorizing the city manager to enter into this professional services agreement. We did go out, he had initially contacted another software company, but in working closely with our IT consultant and with the DPS audit gentleman that did the audit, that one was not sufficient to meet the needs that DPS was asking for. So this one appears to be the one that their chief is recommending.
And what's the cost of it?
Yes, for 1 year, it's $4,542.
It's not bad.
If you do a 3-year agreement, you will save $1,067.33 a year, which is a total of $3,201.99 over a 3-year contract period. So what's in the packet invoice is for 1 year, but we do have a quote for a 3-year subscription service, and we would have that savings of $3,201.
So are we considering going with the longer term?
If we have the funds.
I would agree. You would have a real huge cost saving.
And it would be coming out of his own budget.
So your current, the 1-year subscription, as Mayor stated, would be $4,542. If you go with the 3-year subscription, the annual cost would be $3,474. So there's a slight decrease in the cost. But for the 3-year subscription is $10,424.
But didn't we just 2 months ago, a month ago. Then we just changed their line item.
They decreased it,
They
right?
decreased it, right?
I'm sorry.
About a month ago, then we just decreased their line item for subscriptions and stuff like that for technology and the
I'm
police.
aware that we have decreased
Yeah,
it.
we did.
Y'all did?
Mhm.
However, this is
And
a
the-
need, we have to, so I'm assuming they would do.
We would look for the funding in some of the other line items. This is what we call that budget adjustment in their budget, and move those from one line item into the software and subscription dues line item.
Regardless, we need to have it to meet.
Yeah,
Audit.
otherwise we'll be in non-compliance. Now, if you want to.
Yeah, I'm
do the
just
one-
bringing it up because we did move the money around for that last month, I believe, or 2 months ago.
So we did decrease the police department on their 5622 computer software. It was decreased by 14,000.
When was that made?
I'm sorry?
When was that?
It was decreased by 14,000, the computer software at our last council meeting in April. That was the budget amendment that was proposed
Yeah,
and
for
approved.
to be able to cover the new additional
Yeah.
patrol officer that you all approved.
Mhm.
So we would need to find the monies in any of the other line items within the department PD's funding.
Do you have any further questions, council?
What do you recommend, 1 year or 3 year?
Go to 3 years.
The 3-year, and if we can't find sufficient funds in the police department's fund, where we can do just what we call the budget adjustments, where we can just move monies from one fund that has enough monies in there to cover it. Otherwise, we may, if we have to go to some other separate fund, another departments, we would have to bring that as a budget amendment to you all. So first,
So
we'll
this is
we'll
general,
seek,
yeah.
we'll seek to see if we can just move some monies from another, we'll get with chief and work that out. And if we can't find the sufficient funds, then we'll have to do a budget.
And this is out of the general fund, so we were just given
Yeah.
information that there
Yeah.
are funds there.
It's all the same money anyway.
Thank
It's
you.
just procedures that we have to go through.
Yes. Okay, there's no more further questions or discussion. Council may have a motion.
A motion that we approve on the resolution number 26-12-05-5, approving a professional service agreement with Manage Engine Log 360 Cloud Professional Edition for security software for the police department, City of Dilley.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
It's gonna be for 1 year or 3.
Yes, can you add specifications for the term?
It'll be for a 3-year term.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. As stated, do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 25, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance number 26-12-05-A, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Dilley ordering and giving notice of a special election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, for the purpose of submitting to the qualified voters of the city a proposition authorizing or rejecting the authorization of the city council to sell the natural gas utility distribution system owned by the city, establishing procedures for conducting the election, provided for publication and posting of notice, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date.
Mayor, council, this is an agenda item that we're bringing up. As you all may know, the city owns its gas system, and it is operating at a very significant loss. This was an item that was approved for going out to the voters last year, I believe, Mayor, the history on that?
Yes.
2 years ago.
2 years.
And And you have to wait 2 years before you can bring it back.
It was last year, right?
No, it was last year.
It was just last May.
Oh, well, then we can't. 2 years, or is that where the fee?
We can't afford to wait 2 years.
So,
Yeah, because we just got in last year.
and it would be in the general election in November. We weren't able to put it in the May election. So now we're asking to place it on the November election for the voters to approve the sale or not. We have had, these are some of the audit findings I alluded to earlier today regarding the Railroad Commission's audits, regarding there's some non-compliance issues. One of them is that we are required to do 8% replacement of those gas lines annually. And that has not been done. And so I am looking at doing a corrective action plan to bring back to you all on how we're going to come into compliance with that, because even though we're going to attempt to sell it, we still own it, therefore we're non-compliant. And we could get fined if we don't comply. We have since complied with the other 3 audit findings. Those have been, 2 have already been submitted. I'm working on the 3rd one. And then I will bring a corrective action plan on how we propose to address the 8% replacement of those gas lines. And we've gotten some bids, so I have an idea of what it would cost us to do some of those replacements. And we can put that in the budget for next year.
What's the percentage of usage?
The percentage of the gas we have.
Yeah, well,
The gas loss, or how many people?
the usage
many people?
among the citizens,
About almost 300.
300.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, and my understanding is that the election that was held, I think it did not pass by what?
16 votes.
About 16 votes. But the council has had a consultant come up here and do presentations on what it's costing the city to continue to operate this gas system.
Which is how much again per mile?
About 300.
$1 million a mile.
27 miles of gas pipeline, and we're required annually to replace 8% those lines.
All our gas lines are underneath the street.
Yeah.
Kind of figured out the. All that on top.
Yeah.
Would
And
be
we
good
just-
to go out again for this, but if we have to wait the 2-year period.
I know that there's a 2-year waiting period, but I could be confusing that with the one I did in Pearsall for the bingo laws. In order to hold bingos in the city, you have to have had an election. So, and if you didn't go, if it didn't pass, then you had to wait.
Yeah, in the interest of moving forward, I would say go ahead and approve it if, and I'll research this week. If it turns out that there is a waiting period, we'll bring that back and rescind it. But I think so we can start laying the groundwork for an election that would need to be done sooner rather than later.
And we want to be able to have enough time between now and the election date to be able to educate the public about, as much as the law allows us to be able to educate the public without.
Which
making
would be
it seem
just
like we're
factual,
campaigning.
how many residents we have,
Yeah,
this
how many
information,
residents.
our responsibility, things like that.
Here we need to lose customers.
Well, I can almost say that the elder are the ones who use more gas.
The gas.
All the new stuff, all the stuff.
Yeah, but I think in the best interest of the city, it's not, we're losing money, it's not profitable. So it's not smart business to try to keep it.
And we don't have the customer base. We're losing the funds. And we're also having to comply with these audit findings. So on top of not getting the revenue, we're also having to pay fines, potential fines, and the cost of audits and consultants and all of that. So
So there are no further questions or discussion. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we consider and act on ordinance 26-12-05-A. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Dili ordering the giving notice of special election held on Tuesday, November 3rd for the purpose of submitting the qualified voters of the city a proposition authorizing and rejecting the sale of the city gas.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. 26, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-12-05-6, authorizing the submission of nominations of eligible census tracts within the city for designation as opportunity zones through the office of the Texas Governor.
yes, Mayor, this is the, if you look at the map here, there, you'll see the dark blue. That is the eligible, all of that is eligible under this opportunity zone. And what this is that the governor can designate up to 50 census tracts or 25. I'm not clear yet on that. They're still working that out. To be designated as opportunity zones. What that means is it is an economic tool for the city to use to bring in some economic development, such as housing or business development, manufacturing. I will say that we do have a potential developer that would probably benefit from something like this. If we had right now, we don't really or have utilized incentives to try to bring in development. Now, the one in the gray, if it's not an eligible tract. That one is 950302. That area is not an eligible tract for whatever reason. Now, I have been in contact with the representative for the opportunity zone. And he has recommended that we also include that in the nomination packet that if you all authorize me to complete this application, I would include it and try to justify why that should be in there, because they seem to think that it is an opportunity zone as well. It's just that they use the community survey data, which is not real accurate. So they are still waiting to get more clearance from the federal government on whether or not they can nominate ineligible census tracts such as that one right there in the light blue gray. But he encouraged me to go ahead and submit for that census tract as well. So which means almost the entire area of Dilley would be considered an opportunity zone. And developers can receive up to 10% or even 30% tax credits based on if a corporation or developer has capital gains that they have to pay tax on, they could get a tax credit on those gains for at least 5, even 10 years. 10 years if you're in a rural community, which would mean that's what we're in. So that would be a significant incentive for us, a tool to use.
If council, do you have any questions or further discussion on this? No, if I could please have a motion.
So just the importance and significance of being designated. It doesn't mean we're going to get it. We have to apply but it would attract private capital investment into our community. It would support economic development and redevelopment because we could work with local businesses as well to help them expand. So it's an expansion tool for current businesses, encourage workforce and housing development, and expand our local tax base.
Well, I'll make a motion that we act on a resolution for number 26-12-05-6. Authorizing the submission of nominations of eligible census tracts within the city for designation of opportunity zones.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion 4 and 1 opposed. Motion passes. Item number 27, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-12-05-7, designating the City of Dilley Public Library as a voter registration agency in accordance with the Texas Election Code and adopting Exhibit A, written plan for implementation of voter registration procedures.
Mayor, Council, this is a carryover agenda item from the last council meeting. We received a written email from the Texas Library Commission, State Library Commission, notifying several communities that were not in compliance with this state law. The Texas State Election Code requires that all libraries that operate 30 hours or more have an implementation plan to allow for voters to register at the library. And then they would undergo training. The staff would undergo training to help assist voters in registering. And then those registration cards would then be turned over to the Frio County Election Office. It is a state law. We're mandated to do this. We did get a non-compliance letter from the Library Commission that said we were not in compliance and that we needed to adopt an implementation plan. The only way around it, as legal counsel stated, is that we don't operate for 40 hours and reduce the number of hours that we stay open to less than 30.
So we did receive something in
Yes,
writing.
it should have been in your packet. There's an email from.
Yeah, because it wasn't presented the last time. That's
We,
right.
we didn't have it at the time.
Yeah.
I went back and I asked our library employee if she had ever gotten an email or a phone call or something. And she said that she had and that she had responded to it. But that we didn't have a library director. And so I told her, no, I need to see that so that, because we are required to comply with the state statute. So
From the Office of the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Basically, they asked for a plan to be in compliance across all public library locations. And
Okay.
also, I think there was a misunderstanding last council meeting in regards to the hours of operation versus when the employee is off. Like that has
Yeah.
nothing to do with it.
exactly.
We're established open 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m.
Yeah.
So we're open 40 hours, therefore we have to have this. in
So
place.
unless you all adopted a
Correct.
resolution that said, we want to open 20 hours a week, but right now we operate 40 hours. I mean, yes, there may be staff that has to take some sick leave or be out for an errand or so, but that doesn't change that we operate
Before
open
the
for 40 hours. And the email that was sent was dated March 12th from the Secretary of State regarding the non-compliance.
Let's get complied.
There are no questions or discussion. Can I have a motion, please?
I'd like to motion item number 27, approve and consider the act of resolution 26-12-05 7 designating the city of Dilley Public Library as a voter registration agency in accordance with the Texas Election Code and adopting Exhibit A, written plan for implementation of voter registration procedures.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 28. Thank you, ma'am.
This last item,
Let's consider an act on,
it's still long. Caption. You want to read all that?
well, I have to open it up at least. Let me read the
Okay.
beginning.
Yeah,
Act on resolution number 26-12-05-8 between the city of Dilley authorizing intervention with AEP.
so this is AEP is a major energy provider in the area. We've done this across cities all in their service area. They are proposing energy rates. There's going to be the state has to approve this basically. Lloyd Gosling is a law firm that is proposing that what they're asking you to do by signing this is you're opting in to let that law firm represent the city of Dilley along with lots of other cities to negotiate and against AEP basically to arrive at negotiated rates, hopefully lower than what's initially proposed. So this is if y'all were to not adopt this, you would be stuck
With the
on
current
your
rate.
own. Well, your voice wouldn't be heard at these proceedings unless you sent someone up or hired a different law firm to do it. So, yeah, that's basically what they're
Approving going in with them to represent.
throwing in with other
everybody
cities so they
together.
represent everybody together. Yeah. There's none. It talks about.
Do we have any questions, discussion? And if not, if I could please have a motion?
Place a motion considering act on a resolution for number 26-12-05-8 of the city of Dilley authorizing intervention of AEP Texas Incorporated application to amend its rider mobile temporary emergency electrical energy facilities before the commission approving cooperation with the city served AEP in Texas.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 31, general announcements. Do we have any general announcements?
Mayor, I just want to remind council that we do have a special meeting set for May 19th. And we start those at 5:30, Mayor, or at 5?
6.
At 6, okay. Instead of 6:30, it's at 6. And that's one of the items is the certificate of obligations to authorize issuing those certificate of obligations for the automated metering system for the water meters. So that's going to be on the agenda. We may have a few other items if they're time sensitive that we'll need to bring to council as well, but we'll try to keep it as short as we can.
What day was that?
Tuesday, May 19th. At 6 o'clock.
Anything else? We're good?
Motion for adjournment.
Ready, thank you. We are adjourning you made a motion. Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor? We are adjourned. Everyone have a good night. Motion passes. It is 11:50 p.m.